Oh, there we go. Medical support vehicle just going past me now. So we should be getting underway in a few moments. Right, 2-minute board is now going up. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. And we're now on the 1 minute board.
No? I can't handle it on full.
Oh, shit.
Handle.
Right, coming up to the lights very short now. Here we go. The light sequence is starting. And we're away. And Josh Morales, 43, off the line like a rocket. Followed by Kian Nolan, 72, 111, 57, 44, 50, 222, 223. Well, it's all a bit of a jumble now going around that first hairpin turn. They drop to the water. The grid has cleared, and looks like there may be at least one craft stopped as it drop onto the water. That one is, I think, going to get away. Yes, he is. I couldn't see who it was. Right, as they cross the line, it's Josh Morales, 43. Then 111, then the Swede, 538, Rickard Ivanov, 57, Dave Olsen, 50, Richard Wellington, 44, 250, 223, 51, 46, 81, 95, 91, 83, 72, and 93. So Rickard Ivanov, 538, started at the back of the grid, has already worked his way up through the field. And I think he's up in the second spot already. And the race has been stopped. Right, it looks as though there's an incident down by the drop onto the water. So that race has been stopped. There will be a rerun. Not enough laps on the chart. So the next group will be called forward fairly shortly. And that'll be the Colts. Right, so I'm just waiting for an update on what's happening. Just waiting for some more updated information. Once the medics are happy that they stabilise the situation down there, the craft will be sent back to the paddock and we'll get the next group out. And then after the next group have had their race, which is the Colts, we'll then do a rerun of this Formula 50 race directly after. So the Colts now need to be on standby for their race. Right, so the drivers, by the looks of it, being told by the marshals that they are now clear to go back to the paddock. So they now will return. And they'll be brought out again directly after the next race. So the Colts will be called forward now for their race. We'll do a rerun of this race directly after the Colts. So the Colts, they are aged between 10 to 13 years of age. So if you've seen the racing before in previous years, in the last few years, we've split the juniors up into two groups. So we have the Colts who are aged 10 to 13 years of age, and then the juniors aged 13 to 16. So the Colts that are coming up now, as I say, 10 to 13 years of age, they are restricted even more than the juniors are in what they can run power-wise, and also the amount of, well, the important thing is the amount of thrust they can produce out the back. So the Colts, engine-wise, are restricted, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust out the back, and that is checked on a regular basis. So there's no point getting a small engine and then tuning it to produce more power, because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's the amount of thrust. So you will see on some of the craft, probably number 7 is the most conspicuous. There's a pink piece of material in front of the thrust duct blocking the air going in. So that reduces the airflow going in, and that's reducing the amount of thrust coming out the back. Number 44, the pole sitter, Lily Olsen, she'll be dropping into pole there. She's got a thrust restrictor in front of the fan, but that is less obvious as she'll be passing you. She's actually dropping into second spot. She normally takes up the pole position, but yesterday she was outdone by Harley Ullman, number 75. So pole for this race, 75 Harley Allman. Second spot, Lily Elston, 44. Third spot, 47, Theo Spedding. Fourth spot, Emily Lewandon, 153. Then number 7, Maya Barlow. That's one I said you. It's more obvious when you can see the restriction on front of a thrust fan. It's a pink and white craft, so you can't miss it. Then we've got that's the front row complete. So second row, we start off with 158 Tyler Reynolds, and then number 9 Team Nationwide, and that is Lucas Rhodes. So this particular formula is the only one that's doing 6 laps. So 6 laps for the Colts. All the rest of the formulas will be doing 8 laps. Colts are doing exactly the same course. Well, the course has been cleared now, so looks as though we're actually clear to get this next race underway. Right, looks as though we're coming up to the 2-minute board fairly soon. That's the 5-minute board, or the siren, to say that the drivers really need to get out of the paddock now. Well, I'll just take this moment to say, if you do go away from today, if you haven't seen the racing before and you do want to get more information about the club as a whole, because not just the racing side, there is the cruising side as well, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all 3 of those is at official HCGB. Now, the race calendar hasn't been set for next year yet, but we are looking to hopefully run 2 more meetings next year. So we have been here twice already this year, and obviously we do race up and down the country, and the Europeans obviously race in Europe as well. So in the UK we go as far as north as Oswald Twistle, which is sort of Accrington direction. We go right down south to a place called Gangwerley, which is Fawley. So if you're trying to work out where Fawley is, if you know where Southampton is, just keep going round the coast and down still further, and we are there. And we've been racing at that particular location for 30 plus years, so quite a long-standing circuit, completely different to what we have here. So we are now on the 2-minute board. Right, we've already gone on the 1-minute board. So the wind has obviously picked up from yesterday. And this could well play a factor. Right, we're on the lights, here we go. And the Colts are away. Oh, great start from Lily Olsen, number 44. Harley Ullman, not such a great start. The pole setter is currently in third. 47, Theo Spedding was in second, but it's, oh, great turn there by Harley Ullman. He's dropped into second spot, got the inside line around that hairpin turn off the start line. So Lily Elston, 44, coming out the late first, followed by Harley Ullman, 75. Then I think it's Tyler Reynolds, 158, but I'll check as he comes through. Yeah, so they go through the line. It's Lily Elson leading 44, then Harley Ullman 75. Then it is Tyler Reynolds 158 in third, Emily Lewandon in fourth 153, then Maya Barlow 7, then 47 Theo Spedding. And they're still coming through, and it is now number 9, Lucas Rhodes. Oh, we've got a swimmer. We've got a swimmer, and that is it the leader? No, it's not the leader. It's 75, Harley Ullman has gone for a swim, and the race has been stopped. Well, the craft is okay. I've lost sight of the driver at the moment, but I suspect he's okay. I think the rescue boat will be looking to get him out of the water fairly quickly, because this time of year the water will not be particularly warm. So hence the reason for calling this red flag. Right, so the rescue boat has got to the driver. They're now pulling him in. So it's a two-part recovery there. The driver is taking priority. They've got the driver now getting him on the boat. The craft will be collected shortly. That's floating. So that's where an important part of the regulations with the construction of the craft must float if the engine stops. And that's a good example of the driver coming out and the craft is floating on its own. Another part of that process is that when the driver came out of the craft, the engine was automatically stopped, and that's because the drivers have to wear what's called a lanyard. It's usually attached to their wrist. It can be attached to their clothing, but the other end must go to the switch that allows the engine to run. So in the event of the driver coming out, that cord gets pulled and the engine switches off the engine automatically, so the craft doesn't go herring off without the driver. Right, whilst I've been speaking, the Formula 50 grid has been reformed, and so we will do a rerun of that race. So the Colts obviously were red flagged, and there will be a rerun of the Colts, and that will take place directly after this rerun of the Formula 50 race. Well, just looking down the grid to see who we got in this rerun. Looks like we've got a few spaces left, but they're still coming out onto the grid. The one craft that won't be coming out, and that was involved in that red flag, will be number 51, Georgia Olner. So the front row is now complete. Josh Morales, number 43, in pole. Second spot, Dave Elson, 57. And now I think it's Hannah Deacon in 111. And that's Team Airbags. This is one of those scenarios where they run as a team and I have to be picking out the right driver. Fourth spot on the front row is Kian Olner, so brother to George, who's not going to be out in this one. And then completing the front row is 44, Richard Pound. Second row, right, that is not complete, so who have we got there? 50, Crossblades Racing is out there, Richard Worthington, and then 223, Pierre Richard. 250, Josephine Dupont is not there. Not there at the moment. So then we go to row 3. That is 95, Charlie Clark. 46, Luke Hudson. 91, Nathan Collins. 83, Charlie Moore. And then completing row 3 is number 93, Lucas Seringer. And then right at the very back, we got 538, and that is Ricard Ivanov from Sweden. So we've got one French craft out there, 223 on row 2, and Ricard Ivanov, who didn't have a great day yesterday, but I'm not quite sure why he's at the back of the grid this morning. So watch out for him, because he started this original start of the race right at the very back and worked his way up to second spot when it was red flagged. Alongside him, just dropping into place, is Nick Drew, number 81. Again, watch out for him. Didn't have a good day yesterday. He will be one to look for, also getting up to the front runners fairly rapidly. So we're back up to 8 laps with this race. Okay, I've just been informed by the French team that number 250, Josephine Dupont, won't be coming out in this race. I'm just gonna, it's actually quite near me, so I'm just gonna wander into the paddock and have a look, see what's going on. It looks as though it's a thrust engine problem. Well, looking at what they're working on, it could be the drive belt that is the issue. So the engine is down low. They have to use a drive belt system, tooth belt, up to the actual fan hub, and it looks as though that may be the problem. So it looks as though it was going to come out, but only got a matter of a few yards, and then they realised what was going on. So we're on 2 and hold, I've heard. So 2 minutes board has gone up, and we're now on hold. So just take this moment to run through our sponsors and say thank you very much for sponsoring us this weekend. We got Sands Farm, Weekend Camping, Redcoat Leisure, and Thames Valley Campers, not far away. They do bespoke camper conversions. We've got Dell Motor Services, garage, and then in Aylesbury, the main Citroen dealer, Sportif Citroen, and they are main sponsors for this weekend. Right, number 75, Harley Allman's Craft on the trailer, coming back to the paddocks, so we should be clear fairly soon, I think, now. So that's the 2-minute board. We're now 2 minutes away from the start. Right, we're less than, looks like the 1 minute board's just gone up, so we are close to the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And Kean Olner off to a great start, but he's on the outside and he's going to swing wide. Dave Elson has stuck through on the inside, number 57. Then Josh Morales, 43, 111, 50, 538, already up into fourth from the back of the grid. So Rickard Ivanov off to a great start, starting at the back of the grid, and he's already up into fourth spot. He's from Sweden. So as they come through the line, it's still Dave Elson, 57, being chased by Josh Morales, 43. Then 538, Rickard Ivanov, 111, Bronny Black, 50, Richard Wellington, 44, Richard Pound, 223, 95, 72, 46, 91, 81, and they're still coming through. One more to go, and that is number 93, Lucas Seringer. No, still coming through. And that is Charlie Moore, 83. Well, Dave Elston's still holding on to that first spot at the moment. He's under pressure from Josh Morales, number 43 in second. Third, 111 is under pressure from Rickard Ivanov, 538, but also under pressure from 50, Richard Wellington. We got one craft pulled off to one side. Right by me, that's Luke in number 46. So Luke Hudson at the moment out of the race. The two front runners, right, here we go. 57, Dave Elson still leading with Josh Morales, 43. He's pulled alongside now, got the run, but at the next turn, it's Dave Elson again back into the lead. But Josh has got the, they're side by side, they drop down to the water. They've now gone out of my view. It looks as though it's 57 and 43, but they're now running into traffic. So the back markers are going to play a part in this now. Josh Morales, 43, has got into the lead. Dave Elson now is in second spot. So 43, Josh Morales, that is now 4 laps completed. He's gone through. We're midpoint in the race. Then Dave Elson, 57. Then 111, 538, 50. 44, 223, 95, 72, 72 Kean Olner, then 81 Nick Drew. Oh, just picking up our leader. Our leader coming through the line now. 43, Josh Morales. 6 laps completed now. He's pulled a gap now to second spot. 57, Dave Elson has just gone past me. And then we've got a bit of a gap to third spot, and that is now Rickard Ivanov, 538, who's just going through the line now. And then side by side as they cross the line is 50 Richard Worthington, then Hannah in 111. Richard's gone through and taken Hannah as they went through the line. Then it's 44 Richard Pound, 223 Pierre Richard. And the last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 43, Josh Morales goes through. He's now catching the back markers again, but there's enough of a gap for him to pick his way through. Dave Elston still within striking distance. Number 57, Rickard Ivanov, 538. Just gone through. Then 111, 50. Right, here we go, the run to the line, and it is going to be number 43, Josh Morales, that takes the win. And, well, just a few craft lengths in it, but Dave Elson takes second. So Dave Elson's second spot. Third spot goes to Rickard Ivanov, 538. And fourth, just a few craft lengths, is Hannah Deacon, number 111. That's the first three. So I'll run through the rest of the order in just a moment. Once the craft have returned back to the paddock. So fourth spot went to Kian Olner. No, sorry. Fourth spot went to Hannah Deacon, 111. Fifth spot went to 50 Richard Worthington. Sixth went to 44 Richard Pound. Seventh went to 223 Pierre Richard from France. Eighth went to 95 Charlie Clark. Ninth went to 72 Kian Olner. 10th went to 81 Nick Drew. 11th went to 72 Kian Olner. 12th went to 83 Charlie Moore. 13th went to 93 Lucas Seringer. And 14th went to 83 Charlie Moore. And I've got a waving of a hand at me saying that last one might be wrong. Right, okay, the last two I think might have changed order. So Charlie Moore, 83, and then Lucas Seringer, 93 in last. So right, so we're now back to the rerun of the Colts. So this we're dropping back to 6 laps. And if you've come in recently, welcome to day 2 here at Whittlebury. We are in the first session of racing today. We've already had 2 red flags, so we're playing catch up now. So this Colt race was attempted earlier. It was red flagged, and we're now going to do a rerun now. The next one after this will be back on program, so it will be the Formula 2 race. Well, it sounds as if there's some work being done on the course at the moment. That looks as though it might be down where they drop onto the water. Right, so we're officially going on the 2-minute board now, but on the hold. So this is where that 2-minute board has now been frozen in time. So anybody wanting to get onto the grid now as a late starter, they've forfeited their grid position. They will start from the paddock exit. I'm just looking to see if we've actually got all of them out there. So our pole sitter, Harley Allman, 75. Second spot is 44. Lily Elston, she's out there. And third spot, 47. Theo Spedding, he's out there. Emily Lewandon, 153, she's out there. And then number 7, Maya Barlow, so she's out there. Looks like the front row's complete. And row 2, we've got 158, Tyler Reynolds. And then we've got number 9, Lucas Rhodes. So the grid is complete. So Harley, who went for a swim earlier, looks like a change of clothes probably. And he's back out again. Right, we're going on to the 2-minute board now. Here we go. That's it. 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, 1 minute board has now gone up. Right, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. The light sequence has started and we're away. Harley Allman 75 off to a great start. Can he hold it as he goes round that hairpin turn? Lily Elston's sizing up and trying to sneak through on the inside, almost side by side, but it is Harley Allman 75, followed by 44. And somebody's dropped down the slope there and I've lost sight. So 2 of them. Maya Barlow, I can see, is not off to a great start and she's just pulled away. and another craft there. That might have been Lucas Rhodes, number 9. So as they run through the line, still Harley Ullman 75 leading, but Lily Elson getting a tighter turn to go round in front of me, and can she do the cut back off the next turn? Again, almost side by side, but Harley Ullman 75 bouncing in the cross, trying to get it to move a bit quicker. He pulls away, so he still holds on to that first spot. So the order as they're running through the line, they're still coming through. Tyler Reynolds just going through. He's got a little bit of skirt damage. Shouldn't be a major problem. So the order at the moment. First spot, 75 Harley Ullman. Second spot, 44 Lily Elson. Third spot, 47 Theo Spedding. Fourth spot, 158 Tyler Reynolds. Fifth spot, 7 Maya Barlow. Sixth spot, 153 Emily Lewington. Seventh spot, 9 number 9, Lucas Rhodes. Oh, and looks as though Lily Olsen's got a problem. She's waving to her dad that something's wrong. So she's still in second spot at the moment. No, she's not. She's dropped down to third. So Theo Spedding, 47, is now up in the second. And I think Lily has now actually stopped on track. So the run down to the water, I believe that's Lily that's actually stopped there. I can see her craft. So the running order now with 3 laps gone. We're now midpoint in the race. Harley Ullman still leading, number 75. Second is 47, Theo Spedding. Third is, still showing as Lily Elson. But that can't be the case. Right, okay, now it's refreshing. It's now third is Maya Barlow, number 7. Fourth is 158, Tyler Reynolds. Fifth is 153, Emily Lewington. Well, Lily Elson, their marshals are pulling away on that engine, trying to get it fired up again, but I think it's something a bit more to that issue. She was slowing down before it actually stopped. Right, the last lap board is now being prepared for our leader. So Harley Ullman, 75, comes through to take the last lap board. 1 lap to go now. Coming through in second, not that far behind, definitely within striking distance, is 47, Theo Spedding. Still waiting for third spot to come through. That's Maya Barlow. Oh, there she is. She just appeared. So she runs through in the line in third at the moment. Fourth just behind is 153. Emily Lundon. So that third spot is still up for grabs. Still being held by Maya Barlow at the moment. But Emily's still within striking distance, but she's lost the segment on the right hand side. So our winner of the race goes through the line. 75 Harley Allman, second through the line, just behind 47 Theo Spedding. And third, well, that's Maya Barlow, but she's crossing the lake now. So number 7. So it's not a given yet. She's still got Emily very close behind, so this all could change before the end of the race. Maya looks behind to see where Emily is. There's lots of shouting behind me. So it is Maya Barlow, number 7, that takes third. Fourth goes to 153, Emily Lewandon. And coming up the hill to the finish line, in 5th spot is 158 Tyler Reynolds. 6th will go to Lucas Rhodes, number 9. And then, well, poor Lily Olsen. I'm not sure whether that's the first time I've seen that car fail. It usually runs like clockwork, but on this occasion wasn't to be. So Lily dropping points there. But, so we'll have to see how the end of the weekend pans out. So our next group up are Formula 2. So I'm now looking at up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. All the craft on the grid are running 2-strokes. So we do have a good mix of UK, French, German and Swedish drivers out there. Pole sitter for this race, I can see Magnus Ivanov from Sweden, 521, a former Formula 2, Formula 1, European and world champion. He started many years ago racing as a junior. His parents brought him over from Sweden, and he lived in the part of Sweden where they were on an island, and they actually used the hovercraft during the winter for him to go to school across the ice. And of course he's now developed that on. He now runs his own business that has rescue craft across the ice. And so there's a rescue service by hovercraft in that part of Sweden, and obviously he's now selling across the world. So that's Magnus Ivanov, number 521. Second spot is Phil Tattersall, number 66 from the UK. Third, George Barnes, UK. So that's number 77. Then we get another Swede, 539, Lucas Hall. Then we got number 90. I've got to look down to see who that's going to be. And I think that's Ricky Goosey. Okay. And then we got, that's row, the front row complete. Then row 2, we got Mario Cole, 353 from Germany. Then 119, Jake Truster from UK. And then 52, completing row 2, and that is Aaron Sutton from the UK. So this is where we're picking up the pace now. quite a bit. We still got the F1s to come up. So we are now back on programme after having a couple of red flags earlier. Both the Formula 50 and Colts were red flagged, so we're now back on programme. We got the novice race coming up after this, then the Formula S, which is European Formula, with the F3s and the F35s. Then we got the Formula 1 race, junior race, open race, which is the UK open race. Then, hopefully, all things being equal, we will have a break. I've just been told I've probably put the mockers on that by saying it. What they call the commentator's curse. Right, we're on the 2-minute board. 2 minutes away from the start now. So this race could be won and lost on that first turn as they run off the line. They're now 1 minute away from the start. This could be very hectic as they go into the first turn. That hairpin turn to take them down to the drop onto the water. Magnus Ivanov has got the advantage of having the inside line, but it's a case of can he hold on to it. Right, here we go. Well, it seems to be an issue. I'm not quite sure what it is. Right, back on the lights again. And we are... Oh, a bit of creep in there. Oh, George Barnes moved too much. So we've got to regrid. There was a bit of creep in there. They were trying to anticipate the lights. So 90, Ricky Goosey will having to realign, as with George Barnes. And it looks as though Magnus Ivanov is a bit too far forward there. As I say, this could be won and lost on that first turn, so the positioning could be actually critical at the start of this race. Right, here we go again. The light sequence has started and we're away. Right, the race has been called a false start. So the race has been called a false start. So they'll be brought back to the grid for another start. Somebody jumped the lights. So let's get the grid settled back down again. Right, we've just done a little bit of a replay on our TV camera here, And it was actually number 90, Ricky Goosey, that was a bit too quick on the throttle. So Ricky Goosey in 5th spot on that front row. Right, here we go again. We're on the lights. And we're away. Well, George Barnes not getting off to a good start, but he's letting the melee happen in front of him and hoping to pick his way through, and he's in 3rd spot. The leader is, however, I'm trying to pick it up, Magnus Ivanov from Sweden, 521, then another Swede, then George Barnes, Phil Tassel, Ricky Goosey, 119, then the German. I'll pick them up as they come through the line. So 521 Magnus Ivanov goes through. 539 in 2nd spot, Lucas Hall. George Barnes, 77, challenging Lucas Hall as they drop down to the water, but it is Lucas Hall at the moment that's still holding on that 3rd spot, but they're now side by side as they drop onto the water. So we could change, yep, there is a change of places. So 77 George Barnes now moves up into 2nd. Lucas Hall drops to 3rd in that number 539 craft. So our leader, Magnus Ivanov, still with a small lead over George Barnes. He's just coming out of the lake now, 77. It looks as though George may be closing that gap down. So Magnus looks behind as he goes around the hairpin turn in front of me and he sees George. Then it's the Swede, Lucas Hall, 539, that's being challenged by number 90, Ricky Goosey. And the two of them side by side. They just had a quick bump. They are literally side by side. They've dropped down to the water. So it's Lucas Hall and Ricky Goosey. It's still Lucas in front of Ricky as they go onto the water. So that is the battle for 3rd spot. 4 laps completed now. Still Magnus Ivanov, 521. Leading with George Barnes, 77, trying to close that gap down. Then another Swede, Lucas Hall, 539, and Ricky Goosey, 9/90, still trying to get past, but he's now got Phil Tassel, 66, just behind, and then Jake Truster, 119. Then Mario Cole, 353, and still coming through, Aaron Sutton, number 52. So, 5 laps completed now. Magnus Ivanov still leading, but George Barnes, 77, is closing that gap down very slowly. 3rd spot, 539, Lucas Hall, still under pressure from Ricky Goosey, number 90, and then Phil Tassel, 66. So there is very much a 3-way battle going on for 3rd spot. Right, the 2 front runners, they are closing the gap down now. Aaron Sutton is going to be the back marker that's going to be potentially passed very soon. Magnus Ivanov still leading, but George Barnes, 77, is closing that gap down with 6 laps gone. Right, the last lap board has gone out. Aaron Sutton has now been passed. He goes a lap down. 5.21 Magnus Ivanov still holding on to that lead. So 1 lap to go now for George to make a change to mount that challenge for the lead of the race. Here's the battle for third. It's 5.39, 90, 66. And not far behind 119 Jake Truster, then 3.53 Mario Cole from Germany. And crossing the line, holding on to that first place, 5.21 Magnus Ivanov from Sweden. Second across the line, George Barnes, 77 from UK. So George closing that gap down, but not quite close enough to mount the challenge at the last. Here comes the battle for third. Third goes to Lucas Hall, 5.39. Fourth goes to 90, Ricky Goosey. Fifth goes to 66, Phil Tatzel. Sixth goes to 119, Jake Truster. Then it's Lucas Cole, 3.53 in, where are we, 7th spot. And then in 8th spot, 52, Aaron Sutton. That was a close race all the way through the field. Right, I've just glanced across. Our next group are up on the grid. These are the novices. Right, so the novices, pretty much self-explanatory. These are drivers that are either brand new drivers or can be returning drivers that have to re-qualify. I think all the drivers we have on the grid are new drivers. We got 4 of them on there. So in pole position, we got number 99, Charlie Bristow, running Formula 2. So with the novices, they can run any of the main Formula craft. Favourites tend to be Formula 3, Formula 50, but Charlie going for the Formula 2 option. In second spot, 129, David Watcham in the Formula 3. Then 126, Lewis Fitzgerald in the Formula 3 stroke Formula 50. Then we've got in fourth spot, Bruce Irvine, 151. I think that may be a Formula 50 spec craft. Then we've got 136, who doesn't appear to be out on the grid, Nick Underwood. That's a Formula 3 spec craft. So we'll be doing 8 laps, 4 craft on the grid. So we are back on programme. So for those of you who've come in recently, spectator-wise, we have had a couple of red flags this morning. So time-wise, we are a bit down on schedule, but we're now back onto the running order as you see it on your programme. So welcome to day 2 of the racing here at Whittlebury Hall. This is our second meeting of the season at this particular location. Hopefully now it's a regular on our calendar. And this is the last round of the UK and the European Championships. So we've got combined UK drivers and Europeans. The European drivers, we've got France, Germany and Sweden being represented here. The novice drivers out on the grid are all UK drivers. Now, on your program, you should see the website address for the main club www.hovercraft.org.uk. That's the first starting point if you want to find out more about the club as a whole, not just the racing side, but the cruising side as well. There's many ways of getting involved in the sport. You don't have to have a craft, obviously. You see all the marshals out here. A lot of them travel throughout the country to marshal these events. We've got lap scorers, scrutineers, whole variety of people. The local club that puts on this event, which is the Chilterns branch, that do all the groundwork in prepping this race meeting. And I just spoke, the 2-minute board has gone up, but we're back on hold again. So, coming back to the website bit, of course you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. So the racing here is being filmed, and you can catch it on YouTube. You can either watch it live or obviously on feedback. So if you search for Whittlebury Hall, probably 2, because this is the second round here at this particular location. So Whittlebury Hall, Hovercraft Racing, then you should be able to either watch it live or on catch up. So if you weren't here yesterday, you can catch on what happened yesterday, and obviously there's other events through this season that have also been filmed as well. So we are now officially back on the 2-minute board. And we're now on the 1-minute board. Right, we're coming up to the lights very soon now. Here we go. The light sequence has started. Oh, I'm not sure. I think that might be a jump start. Yeah. Lewis Fitzgerald, a bit too quick on that throttle there. I know he was determined to try and get off the line quick. He knows his position could be determined at that first turn. So just a bit too quick there off on the throttle. So reline them up again and start again. Here we go again. Like, oh, they're away. And it's 99. Charlie straight into the turn first. She will lead the pack. And she's already gone. Then it's 129, 151 and 126. Although there may be a change to the back end of the field. Lewis has swung well wide, but he may do the cut back as he drops onto the water. Has he made it? I think he has. Yes, he has. So Lewis back up into third. Oh dear. 126. Lewis Fitzgerald has ploughed the craft in. The craft has stopped. He's out of the water. Back in again. So the race will continue. Well, I actually missed what happened, but the craft obviously stopped. So Lewis has got the engine up and running again. Well, just to let you into a little bit of a secret, that was Lewis's worst nightmare, because guess who's on the rescue boat? His girlfriend. So Lewis now trying to get it back over hump, what we call hump. At the moment he's creating a hole in the water. The back skirts are filled with water. He needs to get those drained out, and he'll get back on top of the water again. He might have to wait until he gets back onto the land to do that. So Charlie Bristow, number 99, goes through with a comfortable lead now, with 2 laps gone. Second spot just gone through the line, 129, David Watcham. And the 10-minute board has already gone up for the next group. So Bruce Irvine goes through 151 in third spot, while Lewis is back on track. Still water being plumed out the back through the thrust fan. Of course, Lewis is now a lap down. So Charlie Bristow already starting to lap third place. So Charlie Bristow 99 goes through lap 4, so that's midpoint in the race now. And that is 5 laps gone now for Charlie Bristow. Away and clear in that Formula 2 craft. Second just crossing the line, 129 David Watcham. And then third spot, but a lap down, is 151 Bruce Irvine. Then Lewis Fitzgerald in fourth again. Well, possibly 1 or 2 laps down. Which has just been spotted that, oh yeah, just out of my sight, but it's just appeared on the back of the trailer. So Lewis Fitzgerald, 126, out of the race. So we're now on the last lap. Last lap ball's just gone out for Charlie Bristow, number 99. And our next Formula already lining up on the grid. So 99, Charlie Bristow takes the win. Very comfortable there for Charlie in that Formula 2. Right, so coming through in second, 129, David Watcham. Third goes to 151, Bruce Irvine. And, well, Lewis Fitzgerald, 126, came through in fourth, but not enough laps to actually score any points. So our next group is a combination of Formula S. Now that is a European formula, not a UK formula. And that Formula S is joined in this race with the UK Formula 3s, which isn't run in Europe, and the Formula 35s. So Formula S, that denotes a single engine and single fan. You can put a bigger engine as you like in, but you can only absorb that power through one fan. So that tends to be self-limiting in itself. The Formula 3s out there will be running up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. I don't think we got any 4-strokes today. The one 4-stroke that was out there yesterday sadly isn't racing today. And then the Formula 35s, we got one of those out there. That's 171 Zoe Deacon. The Formula 35s, they run industrial 4-stroke engines. They have to be air-cooled. Choice of engine tends to be the Briggs & Stratton or Vanguard engine. So typically what you would see on sort of like a lawnmower or something like that. And now the F35 denotes they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower. But that is the total of all the engines on board. So you typically have something like 5 horsepower lift engine and then the rest for thrust. There is other criteria for that formula. The thrust fan can only rev at a certain limit, hence why the fan tends to be larger. So running through the grid, we've got in pole position number 98, Maciek Uchman, running a Formula S craft. Second spot is 108, Dan Turnbull. He's running probably a Formula S craft. This is where some of the UK drivers, because we don't run Formula S over here, they will transfer from their own normal formula over to the Formula S, so they fit the criteria. 144, Richard Pound in third spot. Again, he races. Oh, he's actually Formula 3, or is he Formula S? He's Formula S in this particular race. His son will come out later as a Formula 3. It may be Harry Pound that's actually out there. They did tell me earlier. In one ear and out the other. Yes, it does actually look like Harry Pound. in 144. So then we got 46, and that doesn't look as though he's out there. So that would have been Luke Hudson. Serena Hackett, 116 on the front row there. That completes the front row. She's in a Formula S category. Then we got on the second row Jake Trussler, 110. He comes under the Formula S category. Then we got the one and only Formula 35, 171 Zoe Deacon. So 8 laps again. We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the light sequence. Oh, again though. Harry Pound, 144, just getting a bit too twitchy. So the light sequence is you get 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red light. Then there is the gap between the lights going out, and that gap can vary. And they're away. This time it's a clean start. Dan Turnbull 108 is off first. Now, who's going to drop into the second spot as they go around the turn? It's going to be 98 Marshak Uthman, then 144 Harry Pound, 116 Serena Hackett, 110 Jake Trussler, then the Formula 35 Zoe Deacon with 171. So Dan Turnbull, well, it appears he's romping away at the moment, but Marshak Uthman, number 98, should be able to close that gap down. Third spot, Harry Pound, 144. Then Serena Hackett, 116. There's Jake Truster, 110. Then Zoe Deacon, 171. Just crossing the line now. So, Dan Turnbull, 108. Still holding on to a reasonably good lead. Marshak Uthman not, well, yeah, he is closing the gap down a little bit. Well, Marshak Uthman really pushing that craft hard. Trying to get to close that gap down to Dan Turnbull. Getting the craft right up on its side. He's went through the start-finish line. Oh, and Marshak Uthman has broken down. Now, just try and look at the camera. Let's see if we can pick him up. But we've lost second spot at the moment. So our leader's got an easy run at the moment in number 108, Dan Turnbull. We're midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. So Harry Pound, 144, now moves up in a second. Right, just been informed, 98 Marshak Uthman is back on track. Here he comes through the line. Let's see where he drops in position-wise. Right, third is 116, Serena Hackett. Fourth is now 98, Majak Uthman. Then 110, Jake Truster. Then Zoe Deacon, 171. So our leader goes through the line. 108 Dan Turnbull now with a very comfortable lead. I was just going to see where second spot is. That is Harry Pound 144. In fact, Harry is all... Oh, there we go. So Harry's in second spot, but he's got the actual leader of the race right behind him. So Harry Pound in second spot is almost a lap down. Last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. So first and second cross the line, but they are now a lap apart once 108 Dan Turnbull gets past Harry Pound, which he does now as they run down to the water. Third, Majak Uthman moving back up into third in that number 98 craft. Serena Hackett 116, who's just gone past me, has gone back down to fourth. And Dan Turnbull, 108, takes the win. Very comfortable win in the end. And second across the line. Well, Majak Uthman just shows the power of that craft. He dropped out for a part of the race, regained positions, and he's pulled it back to second spot, which is where he was when he stopped momentarily. Third is Harry Pound 144. Fourth is 116 Serena Hackett, and fifth Jake Truster 110, and then Zoe Deacon 171. And Zoe has stopped on track, and yeah, she's going to need a recovery trailer. Right, our next group up, Formula One. Right, so Formula One, unlimited capacity, anything goes. They tend to use 2 strokes rather than 4 strokes. Now we're looking at not CC, we're looking at grunt, and that grunt is horsepower. So the thrust engine on these, they typically run a twin engine setup. The thrust engine alone would be producing somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower. Then a lift engine as well. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour, and the 0 to 60 on the top F1s, they will out accelerate most standard road cars. So let's just give you an idea of what they're like when they go off the line. I'm just waiting for the order to appear on my screen so I can run through the grid. But as I said earlier, you can actually follow this live on YouTube. If you put in Whittlebury2 Hovercraft Racing, that should come up, and obviously with YouTube you can go back and watch it on replay. There are some other race meetings this year that does have that facility as well. So if you do want to see some of the other sites we've raced on, because they all vary. This is very much a 50-50 course, maybe slightly more land, but marginally. But some of them are predominantly land and a little bit of water, and then vice versa. Right, the grid is forming up. So pole position for this race is the pole sitter is the Swede 519 Marcus Westerberg. In second spot 28 Cy Francis UK. Third spot is number 1. I've got to make sure I get that right. I think that's Callum Beale UK. Then we got 262 Francois Dupont from France. Then number 5, that is going to be Abby Beale. So we got brother and sister on the front row there. And then we got number 6 has appeared on the second row, and that looks like Dan Turnbull. So this is the first time Dan's out in that craft this weekend. Looks as though he may have borrowed the Charlie Bristow craft, so he's gone out as a number 6. Oh, it's 262. Yeah, he's got the lift engine running. It was a bit of frantic pulling there for a moment. We're coming up to the lights very shortly now. So it's 8 laps again, but a lot quicker. And we're away. And it's 519 off first. 28, 1. 262. Callum Beale challenging 28 Cy Francis, but Cy holds the line as they drop onto the water. But it is the Swede, Marcus Westerberg, 519, that romps away into the lead. And that looked a bit close there for the leader. That wind, I think, is catching the craft on the lake, hence why we've had a few swimmers today. Well, the real battle going on is for that second spot. Cy Francis, 28, desperately holding off number 1, Callum Beale. Well, Callum's forced the error. So Callum Beale has forced the error on Cy Francis. So Callum now, number 1, now up in the second spot. Can he catch the leader? Cy Francis now in third spot in number 28. So Marcus Westerberg from Sweden goes through. 519, then 1 Callum Beale, 28 Cy Francis. Then 262, Francois Dupont. Then it's 5. No, sorry, 6. Dan Turnbull, then 5, Abby Beale. The question is now, can Callum Beale, having got past Cy Francis, can he catch Marcus Westerberg, our leader? Our leader is now going through the line. That is 3 laps completed. Our leader, 519, Marcus Westerberg, is now catching the tail ender, Abby Beale, number 5. Put her lap down. Callum Beale is definitely holding on to that second spot and maybe closing down that gap to the leader. So Callum in number 1 is approaching his sister in number 5. Hopefully she'll let him through without any hold-ups. So Callum can carry on the charge to try and catch Marcus. Right, 5 laps gone now. 5 laps gone. 5:19. Then 1. And then 28 Side Francis just getting caught with the tail end of there, Abbey Bill. So Sai having to do it the hard way and go round the outside, but he gets through. So 6th lap gone now. Oh, Callum Bill with the craft right up on his side as he went through the line. The wind there just catching Callum Bill as he went into the hairpin turn right in front of me. The wind catching him out. Brings it back down under control, but that was close. And that meant he lost a little bit of ground to the leader. The last lap board is now ready, waiting for our leader. 5:19, Marcus Westerberg goes through the line. 1 lap to go now. Second is still Callum Bill, number 1. Third, 28 Cy Francis. Fourth is 262, Francois Dupont. Then 6, Dan Turnbull. And then 5 in 6th spot, Abbey Bill, who's just crossing the line now. Our win goes to 5:19, Marcus Westerberg from Sweden. Second spot goes to Callum Bill from the UK. And third across the line, 28 Cy Francis from the UK. Fourth will go to 262, Francois Dupont from France. Fifth will go to number 6, Dan Turnbull, and 6th will go to number 5, Abbey Bill. So I'll just run through that order again. First spot went to 5:19, Marcus Westerberg. Second spot went to Callum Bill, number 1. Third went to Cy Francis, 28. Fourth went to 262, Francois Dupont from France. Fifth went to number 6, Dan Turnbull, UK. And then in 6th spot, number 5, is Abbey Bill, UK. So our next group up onto the grid is the junior race. So juniors up now. So we're now dropping down the age range and also the pace, but hopefully not necessarily the excitement. So the juniors are allowed to use the Formula 3, Formula 50 and Formula 35 spec craft. The majority of them running either Formula 3 or Formula 50. And they are age range from 13 to 16 years of age. So running through the grid of the juniors, pole position 155, Ollie Brand. Right, just looking through this order, I'll explain this in a minute. Second spot is 53, Oscar Lewandon. Third spot is Tom Hudson, 46 in third. Fourth is Elliot Folland, number 27. Then we got completing the front row, number 24, Joe Smith. Then the second row, we got 95, and that is Lucas Roads. No, wrong roads. Kerris Roads. And then we got 1 to 9, Team Watcham. Then we got the one that I was looking for, 48, Josh Trussler. I was expecting him to be in second spot, but he got penalised in the second race yesterday, so he's dropped down the field. So watch out for Josh Trussler. He would have been one of the front runners challenging for Ollie Brand. So watch out for Josh to try and work his way up quickly to see if he can mount a challenge on what is at the moment the pole sitter 155 Ollie Brand. But ending the rest of the field is 86 Ben Lambert. So that's row 2 complete. Now we appear to have one craft missing at the moment. I think that is number 46. So 46 not on the grid at the moment. Another one just coming out, number 67, Nancy Devlin. Right, I've just had feedback that number 46, Tom Hudson, will be coming out. They're still working on the craft. I'm going to stick my head in there. Oh, there he is. He's just moving out to the paddock exit now. So he'll be on the front row, as long as he makes it out by the 2-minute board. Well, Nancy Devlin has come out of the paddock just about, but has not made it onto the grid. That's number 67. So some frantic pulling of the recoil starter. The vast majority of the craft tends to be started on a recoil starter. Tends to be that tends to be the case. Once you start using a electric start, then you've got to carry batteries, and that adds weight. So the vast majority of the craft run on 2 strokes on a pull start cord, but it's not out of the question for a starter motor to be used. So we've got about 3 minutes now from the start. So there's lots of frantic rushing around now to try and get Nancy out onto the grid. Nancy will be on row, just trying to work out whether she's on row 2. Yes, she should be on row 2. So we're now 2 minutes away from the start. So Nancy Devlin has now forfeited probably a grid position, but at the moment they're still working on the craft. So 2 minutes away from the start. I'm just going to quickly wander down, not that far away from me, and find out what's actually going on. Well, it looks as though it's possibly a fuel pump issue or fuel line issue that they're working on. So there's many hands going in there to try and sort that out. I thought it might be a spark plug problem, but it seems to be a fuel problem. 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. So the juniors are doing 8 laps. And we're just about to go through the like sequence. Here we go. Hammer away. And 155, Ollie Brand off to a great start. Then it's 53, 27, 24, 46, 48 already up to the midfield. Then it's 86, 129, 95, and they're still working on number 67, Nancy Devlin. Hopefully she'll be able to join the race. Oh dear. Just at the bottom as they drop onto the water, there's coming together between Tom Hudson and Josh Trussler. Oh, it's all going horribly wrong for Josh this weekend. In that number 48 craft, it's still not up and running. So that's being dragged out of the way at the moment. So the running order at the end of that one is 155 Ollie Brandon first, second is 27 Elliot Folland, third is 53 Oscar Lewington, fourth is 24. I've got a blank moment on his name. 24 Joe Smith, then 86 Ben Lambert in fifth, six is one of the Watcham brothers. I need to find out. It was Morgan yesterday, so it might be the other one today. I need to check on that. Then we got 95, Carris Rhodes. And then 46, Tom Hudson. So 48, Josh Trussler returns back to the paddock on the trailer. Not a great weekend for Josh. He got penalised in the second race. Come back on the trailer now, so his race is done for this first round this morning. So we've got very much a four-way battle going on the back end of the field. Joe Smith 24, Ben Lambert 86, 95, Carris Rhodes and 129. One of the Watcham brothers. We're midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. We've lost Tom Hudson as well. Just see his helmet. Yeah, Tom Hudson's out as they come off the lake. He's stopped there. Oh, Elliot Folland with the craft right up on his side, and he's stopped him short of the turn, and he's ended up in the catch netting. No damage done, but that was a close call for Elliot Folland. Nancy Devlin 67 as a late starter has finally made it out of the paddock. So 67 finally out of the race. So the wind playing a factor here up the top of the hill. It's getting underneath the side of the craft as they make the turn right in front of me. So 6 laps gone now. Ollie Brand 155 away and clear. Second just crossing the line is Oscar Lewington. Then it's Elliot Folland, 27 in third. The last lap board is Right, there's a bit of confusion on the start-finish line here, so it looks as though the race has stopped 1 lap short. Well, Ollie Brand takes the win. Well, I can run through the order as I see it on my screen, but that will have to be confirmed. It looks as though they may have done 1 lap short of their full race. So as I see it on my screen at the moment, 155 Ollie Brand took first. Second went to 53 Oscar Lewington. Third went to 27 Elliot Folland. Fourth went to 24 Joe Smith. Fifth went to 86 Ben Lambert. Sixth went to 95 and that was Curtis Rose. Seventh went to 129, and I think that may be the other Watcham brother, and that is I think that's Dylan Watcham. So if Dad Watcham is watching, that sounds strange, doesn't it? Can they let us know which one it is? And in 8th spot went to Tom Hudson, 46, and then 9th spot went to 67 Nancy Devlin. Right, our next group is up. So this is the last race of this first block of racing. So this is the UK HCGB Open Race. Looking at the timings, we should be getting a break, assuming this race goes okay. I've now put the commentator's curse on it. Hopefully not, but... So this open race, open to all the main formulas, apart from the juniors, colts and novices. So in pole position, we have got number 28, Cy Francis. Second spot is Conrad Bill this time in number 1. So Dad taking it out this time, a former Formula 2, Formula 1, UK, European and World Champion. Third spot is 119, Jake Trussler in a Formula 2. And then fourth spot we're missing at the moment, so that should be 98, Mike Luckman. And then it should be 144. And I'm not sure, that could be father and son of the Pound team. So that one's, oh, there we go. It's just coming out now. That looks like, I'm going to take a guess and say Harry, but I could be wrong. I'll wait till he gets out of the car to see him walking. That might give me the clue. So that's the front row completed. On row 2 we got number 5, and that is Aaron Sutton in F1. And then we've got 95, Charlie Clark in the Formula 50, and then 111. And again, I'm looking for the driver. That's Team Airbags, and that's Bronny Black, I've been told. So it's the pink and white craft, 111, Bronny Black. So that's the row. That's the Formula. Sorry, that's the grid as it's formed up at the moment. So whilst we're waiting for this race to get underway, we are looking at, hopefully, fingers crossed, having a break directly after this race. I will give you the heads up on that as soon as we get the confirmation. There's 2 ways you can do it. If you want to go and get some food from the food station down at the bottom of the campsite, they've got hot and cold drinks and hot food, cold snacks and cakes, pastries. They've got that down there, so you'd need to follow the lake around the bottom to the bottom end of our campsite. If you're looking to come into the paddock, then you need to go in the opposite direction. So as you're looking at the lake, you need to turn right and follow the pathway around, come through the gate once we open it up, and then up into the paddock area. But I will give you the heads up and give you some more information when I get confirmation of that happening. But we should be getting some sort of break. We're coming up to the start of this race very soon now. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board now very shortly. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start. 8 laps, open Formula race. We've got anything from the Formula 3, Formula 50, Formula 2 and Formula 1 out there on this grid. So the only Formula not represented is the Formula 35. Right, so the 2 hot favourites in the Formula 1. 28 Cy Francis, and this time number 1 is Conrad Bill. So Dad is out this time. Let's see if he can get the jump on Cy Francis into this first turn. But Cy has been very rapid off the line. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, side by side, it's 28-1, but Cy Francis 28 has got the inside line, but no! Conrad Bill has done the cutback as they go through, and Cy has dropped to 3rd spot. The Formula 2 119, Jake Trussler, he was up to second for a moment there, but Cy has retaken that 2nd spot. So Conrad taking the very tight line, and he's gone through into the lead in that Formula 1. So it's 1:28, 1:19, 1:44, 1:11, 95, and number 5 as they go through the line. So Conrad getting the air as he goes round the hairpin in front of me. So does Cy Francis, but they keep it under control. Jake Trussler in third spot in that Formula 2 in a comfortable third. Then we get the 144 Craft to Formula 3. Then 111 Bronny Black. Then 95 Charlie Clark in the Formula 50. Then number 5 Aaron Sutton in the Formula 1 Spec Craft. So 3 laps gone now. And our lead craft, number 1, will be catching the tail end of the pack very soon to put them a lap down. So our lead craft now has caught the tail end of the pack, and he's now weaving his way through and putting those craft a lap down. And he's got through. He's got a clean run now. Cy Francis has managed to get through in second spot. Oh, Cy Francis with the craft right up on his sides. He went round the hairpin in front of me. That is now 5 laps completed. Jake Trussler in that Formula 2 goes through in third spot in a comfortable third. Long way back now to fourth. Again, Cy Francis with the craft up on his side. Almost got the turn too tight there. He had to let off the power to let it drift a bit, but he got away with it. Right, the last lap board is now out as the leader goes through. So 1 lap to go. Cy Francis, 28, goes through in second. He's now dropping back from the leader. Our third spot still to come through. So Jake Trussler goes through. Third spot. He's in amongst a lot of traffic there. So the win goes to Conrad Bill, number 1. And second goes to 28, Cy Francis. So the 2 Formula 1s are through. We're now waiting for third spot, and that is Jake Trussler just coming out of the lake now. So Jake Trussler in that Formula 2 takes third. And here's the race to the line, and it's Harry Pound, 144. Takes fourth, and just behind number 5, Aaron Sutton. Then 6th spot, Bronny Black in 111, and then 7th spot, 95, Charlie Clark. So our next race will be at 2:50. So if you are wanting to come into the paddock, you're more than welcome to do so. You'll have until 2:35. So you've got, where are we, 35 minutes to come in and have a look at the paddock. You obviously got to do a bit of a walk to come up through the gate. If you get to the gate, so where you're looking at the lake in front of you, if you turn right and follow the lake round, you'll come to a gate, open the gate. I think that's got a rope around it at the moment. Just drop the rope out the way, walk up and into the paddock. And have a look around. If you are coming up, please remember it's strictly a no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes as well. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Some of them are built rather lightweight. And watch out for the hot exhaust. They can be anywhere on the craft. So our next race drivers will be at 2:50. So 2:50 for the start of the next race, and the 10-minute board will go out at 2:40. Obviously, if you're not coming into the paddock to look around, don't forget that our snack facilities, our food facilities, which is at the bottom of our campsite, there's a gazebo set up there, hot and cold drinks, hot and cold food. So if you fancy a pastry or something like that, then that's available down at the bottom of the campsite. You can access that during the racing as well anyway. But if you're coming up into the paddock to have a look around, then obviously walk in the opposite direction, come on through the gate and walk up the hill and into the paddock area. Right, in the paddock, can you now please make your way back to the public viewing area? Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the first race will be coming up soon. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you start making your way back to the public viewing area or down to the snack bar down at the bottom of the camping field? You can then make your way back round, do a complete loop of the lake and get back to the public viewing area that way. But we do need to clear the paddock for safety reasons. Right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 10-minute board has just gone up. The siren is sounding. So any members of the public, if you do hear that siren in the paddock area, you do need to now leave immediately and make your way back to the public viewing area. Thank you. Yep. Right, we're now starting this second block of racing. The first race up is a Formula 50. So if you weren't here earlier today, I will go through the formulas and give you a brief overview of what each formula is about as they come up onto the grid. So this particular formula is based around the Rotax 503 engine. It's been around for many, many years. There is an alternative version of that manufactured by another company which is available, but it's basically a twin-cylinder air-cooled engine, and it produces 50 horsepower in its standard format, and that's the important part, the standard format. So the engine is not allowed to be tuned by putting special exhausts or special carburetors on. So pretty much as it comes out of the box, there are a few allowances, but no special exhausts or carbs. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide both lift and thrust, and in this category there is actually a weight restriction as well, and that's the driver and craft combined together. So all the races coming up, apart from the Colts, all the races will be 8 laps. The Colts are the only ones doing 6 laps. So I'll start running through the grid fairly shortly. Once I get moved more on the front row. Front row's not quite complete. So it looks as though we're still waiting for our pole sitter for this race. 43, Josh Morales. Second spot is already there. Dave Olsen, number 57. Then it is 111. Team Airbags, and that looks as though it's Bronny Black this time. fourth spot, that's Richard Worthington in Crossblades Racing. And then completing the front row, number 44. And I think that's Richard Pound this time. It's a father and son combination. But knowing my luck, I've got it wrong. Second row. Kian Olner, number 72. Then we got the French Craft, number 223, Pierre Richard. Then we got a Swede, 538, Ricard Ivanov. And then 95, Charlie Clark finishes off row 2. Right, our pole sitter has joined the front row. So Josh Morales, number 43, is in pole position. He is there now. So row 3. We got number 91, and that is Nathan Collins. Then it's 83, Charlie Moore, and then the French Craft, number 250, Josephine Dupont. And alongside Josephine is 51, Georgia Olner. Then Nick Drew, number 81. That third row is now complete. At the back, we should have 93, Lucas Seringer. I can't see that one at the moment, but Luke Hudson, number 46, is there. Right, we're on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start now. And we're now on the 1-minute board. 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, 43, Josh Morales off like a rocket. He goes into the turn first. Dave Elston, then 50, 111, 81, 95, 44, 72. Well, I'll pick them up as they come through. There's a bit of a jumble. They've all got round the first turn clean. The grid is clear. And 72, Kian Olner. Looks as though they may have been coming together down there, but he's back into the race, but he had to stop momentarily before the drop onto the water. So, 43, Josh Morales is leading. Then the Swede, 538. Then 57, 111, 50, all tossing there for that third position. And then we got the two French side by side, 250 and 223. There is about the mid-pack. We've lost a craft that's floating. That's Charlie Moore. Charlie Moore, 83, has stopped on the lake. So Josh Morales still leading, number 43. Rickard Ivanov, the Swede, in second. Third is Dave Elson, 57, but he's under pressure from Bronny Black, 111. And then Richard Wellington, number 50. Richard Pound, 44. Then 95, Charlie Clark, 81. Nick Drew, 223. Is Pierre Richard, and then 250, Josephine Dupont. And we still got Armstrong coming through. 91, 46, 51, 72. So 3 laps completed now.
There's somebody in the water.
Well, number 250 there, Josephine Dupont, putting the craft right up on its side, on the hairpin, right in front of me. The wind really catching the craft out as they come round this turn. So our front runners now in amongst the traffic. 43, Josh Morales, moving through very nicely. Rickard in 538 has now got to make that same pass before they drop onto the water. The battle for third, 57, 111, 50. That's starting to spread out a little bit now. Well, it looks as though we've lost Rickard Ivanov, and I think he's at the bottom of the hill by the drop onto the water. So we've lost the Swede, Rickard Ivanov. Well, the wind gusting up the top of the hill here, and it really is catching the craft out as they make the turn round the hairpin right in front of me. And 72 getting airborne there before the finish line, catching a thrust of 93 plus the wind. And right behind 72 is our leader, 43, Josh Morales. And there's the Swede, 538. So I'm going to look to see, yeah, he's a lap down. So for 538, the Swede, although he's behind the leader, is actually a lap down. Right, last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. 43, Josh Morales goes through with a comfortable lead. We're looking back for second. At the moment, that is Dave Elson, number 57. And he comes into view now. So Dave Elson is in second place, 57. Third is now Bronny Black crossing the line, 111. Fourth is Richard Wellington, number 50, who's just crossed the line. So 1 lap to go. I'm looking for the leader, should be appearing soon. We've actually lost the leader. It was actually Dave Elston that won. So Josh Morales, we've lost Josh Morales somewhere, the leader of the race. I think it's down the bottom of the hill. So with half a lap to go, Josh Morales. Well, he was leading, obviously, up until half a lap to go, but he actually dropped not that far. He ended up in fourth spot, so not a major disaster for Josh. He was that far ahead, he still ended up in fourth. So, winner of the race was 57 Dave Elston. Second spot, 111, Bronny Black. Third spot, 50 Richard Worthington. Fourth spot, 43 Josh Morales. Fifth spot, 44 Richard Pound. Sixth spot, 95 Charlie Clark. Seventh spot, 81 Nick Drew. Eighth spot, 223 Pierre Richard from France. Ninth, 250 Josephine Dupont from France. And then we got the Swede, 538 Ricard Ivanov. And then 51 Georgia Olner in 11th. 91 Nathan Collins in 12th. 13th, 72 Kian Olner. And then we got Lucas Seringer picking up 14th spot, I think. Right, looks as though we've got a few recoveries to do at the end of that race. The next group are already up, and they are the Colts. So the Colts, these are our junior of juniors. They are aged 10 to 13 years of age. So if you've seen racing in the past, maybe a few years ago, we've now split the juniors into two groups. So we've lowered the bottom end of the range. It used to be 11 years old. We've now dropped it to 10, but introduced the Colts. So Colts are 10 to 13 years of age, and then the juniors are 13 to 16 years of age. The Colts obviously are restricted even more so than the juniors. So the Colts, there is a range of engines they can use. They tend to be two strokes. But ultimately, at the end of the day, they are restricted on the amount of thrust that can actually be produced. So that is the limiting factor. So there's no point in getting a small engine and tuning it to get more power of it, because at the end of the day, there will be restriction on the amount of thrust. You will see that in the form of some of the craft. The number 7 craft is a classic one of that. You can see a pink, well, the craft is pink and white, but in front of the fan there is a pink square, and that is stopping the flow of air going into the fan and therefore affecting the amount of air that comes out the back. There are some other craft that have got the same system, but they are less obvious. So number 7 Maya Barlow is one that you will notice. Right, so the Colts will only be doing 6 laps, so this is the only group that do less than 8. So I'm wandering over to the grid now to have a look, see what we've got. And right, so oh, that's interesting. Number 44, Lily Alston. Looks as though there is an issue with her own craft. She broke down in the last race. She's had to borrow a craft. So Lily Alston, number 44, not in her own craft. So our pole sitter for this race is 75, Harley Allman. Alongside is trying to find the number. '47, Theo Spedding. Third spot is then Lily Alston, 44. And looks as though she's actually borrowed a Dag's craft, but they've had to put the restrictor in the front to get it down to the thrust that she's allowed to use. Fourth spot is Maya Barlow, number 7. And completing the front row is 153, Emily Lewandon. So that's the front row complete. Second row is 158, Tyler Reynolds, and then alongside Tyler is number 9, Lucas Rhodes. Right, the drivers have been shown the 2-minute board, but also the hold. So there's an issue somewhere that's just delaying this start. It shouldn't be long. So whilst we're waiting, don't forget, if you are new to this, you haven't been before, then if you want to find out some more information, not just from the racing side, but there is a cruising side as well, although we're in the possible worst position in the country. We're right midpoint, everywhere you go is the furthest distance. But the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk, so that covers the whole of the UK. This particular race meeting is being organised and arranged by the Chilterns branch, and we are predominantly based in Aylesbury or surrounding areas. And of course you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. I'll take the opportunity to go through and thank our sponsors for this weekend. We've got Sands Farm Weekend Camping, Redcoat Leisure, they do micro campers, Thames Valley Campers, they do bespoke camper conversions, Dell Motor Services, garage, and then the main sportive Citroen dealer in Aylesbury. So thank you to our sponsors this weekend. Now, I've just also remembered that we are doing a live feed this weekend to YouTube. So obviously you can sit and watch it in the spectator area there. But if you do go away from it today and you want to catch up on the racing that you may have missed yesterday, or just re-watch what you've seen today, then if you go to YouTube, look for Whittlebury Hall 2, because this is the second one this season, Hovercraft, put in those sort of searches and you should be able to come up with it. There is obviously the opportunity to look at other meetings this year. We've had cameras in situ at some of our race meetings, not all. All our circuits vary completely. This one is probably a 60-40 split. Maybe 55-45. Obviously a fair bit of water, fair bit of land. Some of our courses are completely different. We go up to Oswald Twistle near Accrington, and that is predominantly land with a small water section. Then we go right down to a place called Gangwarry, which is Fawley, and that is predominantly land, again, a small bit of water. Rother Valley Country Park, and that is predominantly water and a small bit of land. So it does vary from circuit to circuit. We always have that combination of land and water, but there's no criteria as to what the percentages should be. So this is the final round of our UK Championships and the European Championships. So we've got a combined weekend this weekend. You may have picked up that we got drivers from Sweden, Germany and France here this weekend. Obviously along with all the British drivers as well. So we're just on hold for the moment. We're just waiting for our race control unit. So that leads me to say that obviously if you do want to get involved in the sport, there's many ways of doing that. Obviously there's come and race, which is always good, and there's many ways of doing that. There's craft that you can buy second hand or build from scratch or get a bespoke one built yourself. There are companies that do that. But obviously we are still very much a family orientated sport. And I've been doing this for 56 years now, so it's something that keeps me here. And so if you fancy getting involved as a marshal, scrutineer, lap scorer, just involved in on the ground of actually setting up a race meeting, working out the logistics and making sure things are in place for the day itself, then there's many ways of doing that. A lot of our club members, pretty much the whole family, tends to get involved one way or the other, and you obviously picked up the drivers, the men, the women, the boys, the girls. They all race on an equal footing, and there's quite often quite a few combinations out there on track at the same time. Could be brother and sister, could be mother and son, aunties, uncles, you name it, we've probably got it or done it. Right, it looks as though we're now coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start. And we're now on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start. So don't forget, this is only 6 laps for the Colts. All the rest of the races will be 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, they're neck and neck at the moment. Well, it looks as though 75, Harley Ullman has stuck away, but can he hold it as he goes round the first turn? And it looks as though he does. 44, Lily Elson alongside Theo there. So it could be a neck and neck as they drop onto the water. Let's see when they come round now. They've all left the grid. And I was about to say they've all dropped onto the water clean, and I can see that a couple of them haven't quite made it on there yet. They look as though they're sorting themselves out. Yeah, so Tyler Reynolds has finally got away. So Tyler getting caught up in that jumble as they dropped onto the water. So going through in the lead, Harley Allman 75. Second is 47 Theo Spedding, and then we've got Maya Barlow, number 7 in third. Then it's 9. Lucas Rhodes. Let's go through the list. Yeah, 9 Lucas Rhodes in fourth. Fifth is 44. Lily Olsen, and 6 is 458 Tyler Reynolds. So the battle is definitely on for that first spot, and we've lost a craft on the lake. I'm just trying to pick up who that is. Looks as though it's Emily Lewandon 153. She's floating on the lake there. So the 2 front runners, 3 front runners coming through. Still neck and neck with the first 3. Harley Allman 75 is leading at the moment. Then Theo Spedding 47 in second. Third is Maya Barlow, 44 Lily Olsen. Then 9 Lucas Rhodes. Then 158 Tyler Reynolds. So it's all very close up the front. Oh no, Maya Barlow spun out at the hairpin before the drop onto the water, so she's lost at least 1 place, if not 2. Right, so there's going to be a change of places. The leader is still the same. Second spot is still the same. So Harley Allman, 75, coming through, still leading. 47 Theo Spedding still in second. But third across the line, 44 Lily Olsen. And then Barlow, Maya dropping a place down that last lap, number 7. She comes through in fourth. Fifth is Lucas Rhodes, number 9. And then Tyler Reynolds, 158. Oh dear, I see a wave yellow flag and we have lost our leader. So Harley Allman, out of our view, has stopped down the bottom of the hill before the drop onto the water by the looks of it. So our new leader, 47 Theo Spedding. 44 Lily Olsen in second. Oh, right, so Harley is back in the race and he is now third. So not lost too many places there. Fourth is Maya Barlow, number 7. Then we got Lucas Rhodes, number 9 in 5th place, and 6th is Tyler Reynolds, 158. So last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Theo Spedding, 47. Now with a good lead over second spot. And that's Lily Olsen, number 44. And third now is number 7, Maya Barlow, just crossing the line. Fourth is Harley Allman, 75. Fifth is 9, Lucas Rose. And 6, Tyler Reynolds, just crossing the line now, number 158. So, let's see what happens on this. Where are we? Half a lap to go for our leader. And the checkered flag is waiting for our leader. I think this is going to be Theo's first ever win. So well done, Theo. Number 47. Second goes to 44, Lily Olsen. And third goes to Maya Barlow, number 7. Right, so a change of places, I think. Fourth is 158, Tyler Reynolds. Fifth is number 9. Yeah, Lucas Rhodes. And then 6 is 75, Harley Allman, who's dropped back to last. So the place is changing all the way through that race there. Right, so our next group already up onto the grid. We've now got the Formula 2 race. So pulses for this race. The Swede, Magnus Ivanov, 521. A former Formula 2, Formula 1, European World Champion. He started off in juniors many, many years ago. His parents brought him over as a junior to race in the UK because that's the only place he could race. Magnus, in his when he went to school, the only way he could get to school during the winter, because they lived on an island, was actually to drive across the ice by hovercraft. Now he actually builds craft professionally with cabins on for delivering the post, taking the kids to school, obviously rescue services, all in that area of Sweden. But obviously that craft now so successful that they're selling them in various countries around the world. So that's Magnus Ivanov in 521 in pole. Second is 77 George Barnes. Third is 66 Phil Tattersall. Fourth is another Swede, 539 Lucas Hall. Then we've got number 90. That's going to be Ricky Goosey this time. And then that is yes, that's the front row complete. Second row we've got 119 Jake Trussler. Then a German craft 353 Mario Cole. And then alongside Mario we've got Aaron Sutton, number 52. So 8 crafts on the grid. So we're picking up the pace quite a bit now. So don't forget the rest of the races this afternoon now are all 8 laps. Well, I think we've got a small delay. I think that's down by the drop onto the water. There have been a few incidents down there, so I think the old catch net in the posts have been taking a bit of a hammering down there. But obviously, yes, I've just I've just realised that appearing from beyond the tree out of my view is Emily Lewinden's cross. So they're now towing that to the bank. So we've got to get that recovered first, or get it into a safe place before we can get this race underway. So as part of the scrutineering process, a lot of our scrutineering is obviously bespoke because you can transfer skills from other types of sports or engineering, but it does tend to be bespoke in the end of the day. Experience has developed our scrutineers for this, and part of that scrutineering process is the craft must float. Now they are tested when they're first built. They have to do a flotation test, but obviously as time goes on there can be holes appearing in the bottom, and they do fail that ability to float properly, and if that ever happens then they will have to be retested. Right, for those of you that have been to race meetings here before, either at Whittlebury Hall or Toaster, which is just up the road, which we raced at prior to this and prior to COVID, or even back to the days of Claydon House when we were there, you obviously know how to find out our calendar through www.hovercraft.org.uk. We obviously do have social media as well. But for those of you who've just come across us, then the main club website for the whole of the UK is www.hovercraft.org.uk. So that will give you the calendar. It won't give you the calendar for next year just yet. That is still in the process of being worked out. But the Chilterns branch, which is the branch that organises this particular event, we are looking to hold 2 more race meetings here next year. One will be relatively early in the season and one later in the season. So we just need to work out when we will knit those dates in. Now, probably one of the nearest other events to here would be Rother Valley Country Park, possibly, which is sort of Sheffield area. It's a big country park. Our traditional August Bank Holiday event down at Gangwerley, which we've been there 30 plus years, next year may well get moved because of the World Championships. So we had a bit of a briefing from the German club that's here, or the German drivers. They're part of the organisation for the World Championships next year. So the date may clash with our UK round on the August Bank Holiday, so that date might get moved. So the World Championships usually every 2 years, and that moves around Europe or even around the world. They have been held in America. Oh, I've just spotted Emily's making her way back on the trailer. So hopefully we'll be able to get this race underway fairly shortly. There we go, I've just heard the call. We are now going on to the 2-minute board. So 8 laps, we're picking up the pace now with these Formula 2s. Up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. There are no 4-strokes out there, so all 2-strokes. And there's 8 craft on the grid. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Right, let's see if we can get a clean start this time. Very twitchy on the throttles. What you got to bear in mind is that even without the lift engine running, the thrust can actually push the craft along. We're on the lights, here we go, and they're away. A clean start. So it is going to be 5-2-1 Magnus Ivanov, put the Swede behind directly. So that is Lucas Hall directly behind the leader as they drop onto the water. No, he's been outdone by George Barnes, 77. So George Barnes into second spot. Oh, George Barnes getting the craft right up on his side as he went past me. He's got it under control. He's pushing hard to try and catch Magnus Ivanov. And Ricky Goosey, number 90, has got skirt damage on the front. And I think he's going to struggle now. So Ricky Goosey, number 90, the skirt damage at the front. I think he's going to be hard to push that craft at speed. He's only got the one engine providing lift and thrust. So, coming through, it's 5-2-1, 77. Those two pulling away from the rest now. So the battle is on for that first spot. Third spot 539 Lucas Hall, Phil Tatchell 66, 119 Jake Truster, 353 Mario Cole, then 52 Aaron Sutton. And the wind catching the craft out as they make the turn in front of me. And a lot of them getting airborne. Right, the drop onto the water. I see a black duck. I see an orange duck. And Lucas just holding off Phil Tassel by the looks of it as they go around the marker buoy. Right, we're now 4 laps gone, midpoint in the race. 5-2-1 Magnus Ivanov, still being chased by George Barnes, 77. George is trying to put the pressure on, but Magnus has got a lot of experience. He's not going to leave the door open intentionally. The battle for third, that's still going on between Lucas Hall, 539, and 66 Phil Tansel. Just behind 119 Jake Trussler. He's being chased by Mario Cole, 353 from Germany. Then it's 52 Aaron Sutton. And well down now is 90 Ricky Goosey. He's going to be passed by the 2 front runners very shortly. He'll move to one side to let them through. Right, 6 laps gone. 5-2-1, Magnus Ivanov still being hustled by 77 George Barnes. They're going to come into traffic now very shortly, so Magnus is going to have to pick the right line through, otherwise George will be on him like a very quickly. And the battle for third has just passed me. 539 Lucas Hall, still being hustled by 66 Phil Tassel. Then Mario Cole for 353. Right, 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. Magnus Ivanov goes through. He looks behind George Barnes, has got held by traffic very slightly. But 1 lap to go now. The traffic is still going to get involved in this last final lap for the 2 front runners. Third just crossing the line at the moment, 539 Lucas Hall, still being chased by 66 Phil Tassel. Right, the run to the line, here we go. Oh no! 119, Jake Trussett. 119, Jake Trussler got the craft airborne just in front of Magnus Ivanov. I thought he was going to take him out. That wouldn't have been Jake's fault, but Magnus Ivanov still crossed the line in first place. That was close. And, well, 77 George Barnes came through in second. We're still waiting for third. That crosses the line now. Lucas Hall, 539. Fourth goes to Phil Tassel, 66. Fifth goes to 353 Mario Cole. Sixth goes to 119 Jake Trussler. Seventh goes to 52 Aaron Sutton. And eighth goes to 90 Ricky Goosey. And it appears that 119, Jake Trussler, has lost part of the craft. That may have been due to the incident as they went across the finish line. So it looks like the marshals have got, oh yes, the cover off the front of the craft is Looks as though it's come off, or it's part of it missing. So that was close. The leader almost getting taken out by Jake Trusser there. It wasn't his fault. Jake got airborne just as he was going across the line and swung across Magnus's craft. And, well, Magnus carried on and still managed to cross the line in first place. But that was so close. George Barnes not able to capitalise, but he still comes through in second. Right, our next group up are the novices. Right, we've currently got 2 novices on the grid. So both these drivers are novices. We do sometimes get drivers re-qualifying, but these are what we would call proper novices. With the novices, they have to do 15 races before they can qualify up. They have to do also 10 marshalling duties. That helps our marshalling team, but it also gets the drivers out onto the course and see the racing line up close, which is sometimes can be a real benefit. They can use any of the main Formula craft. Typically, they would generally use the Formula 3 or Formula 50 spec craft, but our pole sitter for this race has gone for the Formula 2 option. That is Charlie Bristow. So she is in pole, number 99. Second is number 129, David Watcham. And then we got 151, Bruce Irvine. 126 was racing yesterday. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to make it out onto the grid. That's Nick Underwood.
126.
Sorry, 126 is Lewis Fitzgerald. His numbers just popped up on the screen. So what was Nick Underwood's number? 136. 1 digit out on the second number. So we're still waiting for Lewis to come out onto the grid. It sounds as if we're coming up to the start of this race very soon. So 4 more races after this novice race. Now, just to give you a heads up, we always have a prize given at the end of the race meeting. That usually there's quite a gap, usually between the end of the race, last race, and the actual prize giving, because we have to get all the course dismantled before we can do the prize giving. On this occasion, we're not doing that straight away. We are going to do that format. We're going to do the European trophies up in the paddock. So that will be done directly after the last race, because the European drivers, they've got ferries to catch, etc., planes to catch in some cases probably. So we're going to do that straight away after the last race in the paddock area. So if you do want to come up and actually see the drivers, the European drivers, or the rest of the drivers up close, then please feel free to wander up and watch that. The UK trophies will be done down at the marquee, but that will be a bit later after we've got everything down. Of course, it's the end of the season. Our juniors and colts will receive their overall season awards. And I just spotted the 2-minute board that's just gone up. So 2 minutes away from the start. Well, we're less than 1 minute away from the start now. We've just got the 2 crafts on the grid, unfortunately, so got to do 8 laps. And we're on the lights. So Charlie Bristow very quickly off the line. In that Formula 2 craft, she'll be able to control the race from the front there. So for Charlie, this is very much a case of ticking the box so that it ticks another race off for her qualification. So 2 laps gone. Charlie very much cruising around. She's got that craft under control. Number 99 there. You can hear the thrust throttle. It's very much a case of just using the power a little bit to get around the corners. And the rest of it is really in cruise mode. Second spot just crossing the line, 151. Bruce Irvine has not been able to match the power with that particular craft. And our 10-minute board has just gone up for the next formula to come onto the grid. And that is a combination of the Formula S, which is European, and the British Formula 3 and Formula 35. So Charlie in 99, she's going to be passing number 151 Bruce in just a moment, putting him a lap down. But she'll just pick a moment. There's no need to rush. So I think I'm right in saying that Charlie actually raced a few years ago when she was actually a junior. So she's returned back to the sport. Well, it looks like Charlie's decided to stick with 151 just to give him a bit of craft awareness. That's the problem when you've only got 1 or 2 craft going around. Going around on your own is one thing. It can be relatively simple. But when you're going around with multiple craft around you, that's a whole different ball game. I mean, obviously, as you see, the craft can be precision driven around the markers. So it looks as though Charlie's actually stuck with Bruce just to give him that racecraft, but she's now decided to move on past. So 6 laps gone, 2 laps to go. The next formula already starting to form up onto the grid. So Formula S for this European category, not a UK category. And that is designed around single engine, single fan. Stick whatever engine you like in it, but you've got to find a fan that can actually absorb that power. The Formula 3s will be out there as well, up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke, and then the F35 category, which is a maximum of 35 horsepower, but they have to be industrial 4-stroke engines, air-cooled. So we're on the last lap board now, 1 lap to go. So Charlie Bristow, number 99, easy win. Goes through the line. So that's another race ticked off for Charlie to work her way towards her novice qualification. And she'll be able to carry the races over to next year. Not quite sure how many she's done so far, so probably about midway, I would think, through the 15. And Bruce Irvine 151 coming through in second. So going through the grid, some of these craft will opt to be classified as Formula S rather than their own category in the UK, which could be Formula 3 or Formula 50. So I'll try and get this right, but don't blame me if I've got it wrong. So pole position is 108, Dan Turnbull from the UK, and I think he's going out as a Formula S category. Then in second spot, Maciek Uchman. He'll be going out as Formula S. Then we got Team Pound, and that is probably going to be Harry Pound as a Formula S category. Then 116, Serena Hackett. She will go out as a Formula S category. 110, Jake Trussler. I think, again, that will be Formula S. I've got Howard Ash, 147, but he's not here today. 46. Luke Hudson is also missing off of here. 128 potentially is out. So we've got 89 going out. Now that is Peter Symes Thompson taking out his wife's craft. So he must be going out as a Formula S category craft. So Peter normally runs a big four-stroke in Formula 2. He's had a few issues with the engineering side of that craft this year. So I think he's written this season off for the championship. So focus on next year. And obviously the World Championships. So Pete's taking that craft out. Possibly to keep his license up to speed and so we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. We're still waiting for 110 and 46 as potential ones that are on the grid. They're just checking to see if those craft are going to be coming out. I can't hear any engines on the in the paddock. Lots of engines over at Silverstone. Right, we're on the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start. I think we've got trying to work out how many crafts are out there. 5, I think. Yeah, 5 crafts. So 8 laps. And we're now on the 1-minute board. Right, we're away. 108 Dan Turnbull streaking away, but he's got 98 Maciek on his tail. Oh, Maciek swinging wide. He slots in second place. So at the moment, our leader is 108 Dan Turnbull. Second, 98 Maciek Uchman. 116 Serena Hackett in third. Fourth is Harry Pound. Then 89 Peter Symes Thompson. Wow, oh, Maciek Uchman, they got that completely wrong going up the lake. And, well, it spat the driver out. The race continues on for the moment. I think Maciek, yeah, he's trying to scramble back into the craft. So Mytek's got back into the craft. Hopefully he'll be able to get back in and get it running. So that's a classic example of the driver not, well, the craft stopped, the driver didn't. So as soon as the driver came out, the engine stopped. That's how the system works. So it looks as though he's got the engine fired up. That's allowed Dan Turnbull 108 to, well, really romp away. He's probably half a lap up on now the rest of the field. Harry Pound catching the thrust of Mytek there as he went past, sending him a bit airborne on the lake. So, 98. Mytek Uckman, he's got skirt damage on that rear right corner, and that may well have caused the problem when he came out of the craft. It could be that the skirt pressure dropped, and yeah, that probably was the cause of him being spat out of the craft. So the battle for second is 116, 89, 144. They've just gone past me. That's the battle for second, but just behind is 108 Dan Turnbull, the leader. And 89 Peter Symes Thompson has moved up into second spot with Serena Hackett, 116 dropping a place to third. So that is now 6 laps gone. The leader working his way through and putting most of the field a lap down. So 108 Dan Turnbull, the lead craft, is completing 6 laps now. 2 laps to go. Right, the last lap board is now out. Our leader goes through. 1 lap to go now for Dan Turnbull, 108. And he's just about to pass 89, Peter Symes Thompson. So Dan Turnbull now is a lap up on the rest of the field. And 98 Mytek Uckman, having gone for a swim, well, he's trying to play catch up. I'm not sure that he's going to make any more places with just that 1 lap to go. Well, Dan just holding station behind number 89, so a gust of wind just catching the craft as they cross the line, but 108 Dan Turnbull takes the win. And second will go to 89 Peter Symes Thompson. Third goes to 116 Serena Hackett. Fourth goes to 144 Harry Pound. And fifth goes to 98 Mytek Uckman. So our next Formula up is Formula 1. So Formula 1 up next. Unlimited capacity, anything goes. Generally, it's the drivers favour the 2-stroke rather than 4-stroke. And we're not talking CC here, we're talking grunt, and that grunt is horsepower. So the thrust engines on these craft will be 2 or 3 cylinders, and they'll be producing somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower, driving through one fan, and then a lift engine as well, driving a separate fan. They'll top out at around about 80 mile an hour, and the 0 to 60, the top F1s will out-accelerate from 0 to 60 most standard road cars. That just gives you an idea of the acceleration. And just remember, they've got no brakes, but pinpoint precision by the top drivers when they're going around the corners. And the easiest way to describe driving a hovercraft is very much akin to driving a rally car through the stages, through the gravel roads, where you see the rally cars that'll be approaching the corner at speed. They'll put the car into a bit of a drift as they approach the corner, so when they get to the corner, they're actually then pointing in the right direction. And then just power it out of the corner and off they go. And that is pretty much exactly how you drive a hovercraft. So our pole position is just dropping into the place now, and that is number 519. From Sweden, Marcus Westerberg. In second spot is number 1. And that looks like Callum Beale this time. Third spot, 28, Cy Francis. And then we got the French driver, 262, Francois Dupont. And then number 5, Aaron Sutton, I think. Number 6 hasn't appeared yet, but that may not appear. That right, sounds as if the grid is now complete. So 8 laps, just a whole lot quicker. We're about to go on the 2-minute board now. So 4 craft on the grid. Let's see how this pans out. This could be a race of 2 sections. 2 minutes just gone up. It could be 2 separate battles. 519, our pole sitter, Marcus Westerberg, will be battling with, I think that's Callum Beale. Or is it his dad? I'm not quite sure. Can't quite see him properly. And 28 Cy Francis. So 3-way battle there I can see. And then 262 Francois Dupont and 5 Aaron Sutton. I can see that being a separate battle. 1 minute away from the start now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's 519. Into the turn first. Can he hold it? Yes, he does. Then it's 1 and 28 side by side. And I think it's going to be 28 that drops onto the water first. You've got the inside line. Yes, it is. 1, 262, then 5. So Marcus Westerberg coming through. So it's Marcus Westerberg leading 519. Then Callum Bill, number 1. No, sorry, 28 Cy Francis, then Callum Bill, number 1 in 3rd. Then 262, Francois Dupont, and then 5, Aaron Sutton. So, can Callum catch Cy Francis? That's the thing. Marcus Westerberg easing away very slightly now. Callum pushing hard, trying to get past Cy Francis. So our leader, 519, Marcus Westerberg, easing away very slightly with 3 laps gone. Callum Bill, number 1, desperately trying to get past Cy Francis, but it's Cy Francis not leaving the door open. So Callum trying to put the pressure on, trying to get Cy to make a mistake. Right, we're now midpoint of the race. Our leader goes through. So Francois Dupont in 4th spot, dropped way off the pace of the front runners. Our leader easing away very slightly now from the battle that's going on for 2nd and 3rd. So Cy Francis, 28, alongside number 5. It's Abby Beale, I just realised, not Aaron Sutton. So 1 Callum Beale alongside his sister there as he went round the turn there. Sixth lap completed now. Still Marcus Westerberg, 519 leading. Right, so our leader goes through. 519, Marcus Westerberg, 1 lap to go now. Oh, Cy Francis made a small mistake. He made a small mistake. Approaching the line, the craft got slightly airborne. He had to correct it, and that was it. Callum Bill said, thank you very much, I'm coming through. So the 2nd place is now Callum Bill, number 1. Cy Francis, that small mistake as he went across the line, just got the front end slightly airborne. Had to correct it, and that was enough. He drops now to 3rd spot with 1 lap to go. Well, half a lap for them. Our leader goes through the line, takes the win. Marcus Westerberg, 519. And 2nd goes to Callum Beale, number 1. 3rd goes to Cy Francis, 28. Well, a great battle there between number 1 and 28. Callum putting the pressure on, and it finally paid off. side, just making that small mistake as they come up the rise. Just caught the air from the wind underneath the front, just slewed him very marginally, but it was enough for him to make a correction, and that allowed Callum to make the pass with 1 lap to go. So after those top 3, 4th spot went to 262, Francois Dupont from France, and then 5th spot went to number 5, and that was actually Abby Beale, not Aaron Sutton. Our next group up onto the grid are the juniors. So 2 races to go, the junior race and then the UK, the HCGB Open race. So juniors, aged 13 to 16 years of age. They're allowed to use the Formula 3 specification craft, Formula 50 and the Formula 35 specification craft. And they'll be doing 8 laps. So, running through the grid. Pole sitter for the race, 155, Ollie Brand. 2nd spot, 53, Oscar Lewington. 3rd spot, 27, Elliot Folland. 24, Joe Smith. Then 5th spot is 46, and that is Tom Hudson. There's 48, Josh Trussler. Not had a good weekend, Josh. It's all gone horribly wrong. But let's see if he can undo some of the things that have gone wrong this weekend in this last final race of the weekend. But it doesn't look as though he's going to make it onto the podium this time. So alongside Josh on the 2nd row is 95, and that is Kerris Rhodes. And then we got 129, and that is Dylan Watcham. I think I've got that right. 86 on row 3 is Ben Lambert, and alongside Ben is 67, Nancy Devlin. Well, Ben Lambert's been moved up to row 2, number 86 there, so it's just Nancy Devlin, 67 on row 3 now. We are coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Right, 2-minute board is just about to be shown. Right, here we go. 1 minute away now from our juniors to start. Right, so away. Great start there for 155. Ollie Brand is into the turn first. Then it is going to be 53 Oscar Lundin. 48 Josh Trussell moves up in the third spot. Great move there around the turn, and well, somebody's gone horribly wrong. That looks like 67 Nancy Devlin that's suddenly stopped at the turn at the first marker. Oh, Kerris Rhodes, not Nancy Devlin. So it's 95. Now it's turned round. I can see it. So it's 95 Kerris Rhodes back on track. So I've just spotted that number 46, Tom Hudson, is not in his own craft. So clearly something wrong with his own, so he's had to borrow that one. So it's just a case of picking up some points for Tom. Is not on the pace that he would normally be on. Meanwhile, our leader goes through, 155. Ollie Brand, 2 laps completed now. '53 Oscar Lundin in second, third is still Josh Trussell, 48, then 27 Elliot Folland, then 24 Joe Smith, 86 Ben Lambert, 129 129, I think it's Dylan Watcham. I saw his daddy a minute ago. Well, 46 getting caught up in the battle between 53 and 48. And Josh thought he was going to be able to take 53 Oscar in that passing of 46, but it didn't quite happen, but it has allowed him to get a bit closer. So well, sorry about that. I suddenly realised my batteries have gone flat. So lap 5, Ollie Brand's just gone through 155. The battle for second is still definitely on. Oscar Lundin, 53, has got Josh Trussell on his tail as they drop down to water there. So 6 laps completed now. 6 laps completed. 155. Ollie Brand away and clear. And Josh Trussell, 48, has got past Oscar Lewington. Or has he? They're in amongst the back markers. It could all change, but it does look as though Josh is going to hold on to that position. So Josh Trussell, 48. is in second, Oscar Lewington 53 in third, fourth is 27 Elliot Folland. Right, apologies for that. We got technical issue there, so we're on the last lap now. 1 lap to go. Right, so taking the final win for the juniors, 155. Ollie Brand goes through and takes the win. Josh Russell, 48, takes second. Oscar Lewington, 53, takes third. Fourth goes to 27, Elliot Follen. Fifth goes to 24, Joe Smith. Sixth goes to 86, Ben Lambert. Seventh goes to 129, I think that's Dylan Watcham. Eighth goes to 95, Keris Rhodes. Then ninth, 67, Nancy Javelin. Then 10th, 46, Tom Hudson. So, final race of the weekend now. And the final race of the season. The HCGB Open race. So, this is a UK race. And it's open to all the main formulas apart from juniors, colts and the novices. So, we get a complete mixed bag out there. Well, it looks like we got a limited grid here. Just the front row. Not even sure it's a complete front row. We got in pole position, Team Bill. I think that's going to be Conrad Bill in the Formula One. And 28, Cy Francis in that Formula One. So a repeat of the battle between number 1, 28 again that we saw the race before last. But this time, Dad is taken out in the number 1 craft, a former UK, European and World Formula One champion. We've got now 119 is not out there. 144 is out there. No, I think that's Richard Pound. Formula 3. Number 5 is out there. And who have we got this time? Ah, that's Abby Bill. So we actually got father and daughter out there. So Dad's on pole and daughter is on the front row, but the other end of the front row. So Abby racing a Formula 2 craft, really, but it's come out as a Formula 1. It does qualify for that particular category. So don't forget, if you go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the racing, or just take a note for next year's calendar, on the website it will appear, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. Obviously that should be on the programme you've got. And if you do want to go back and replay some of the racing that either you saw today or see what went on yesterday, then if you go to YouTube, we have been filming this weekend. You'll find it on there, Whittlebury2, because this is the second time we've been this year. So Whittlebury2, Hovercraft Racing, you should be able to see it on there. Right, 119 has appeared on the front row of the grid there. So that's going to be Jake Trussler. So there we go. That is our final 2-minute board of the weekend and the season. The battle is going to be on between number 1 and 28 again. Let's see who comes out on top this time. 1 minute away from the start. The two Formula 1s will be the ones to watch. Here we go, we're on the lights. We're away. And it's one Conrad Bill that's into the turn first. Can he hold it? He does. So Cy France, Cy's trying to fight back, but he's not made it. So it is Conrad Bill, I think. Yeah, it is. He's onto the water first. Cy France is 28 in second. Third is Jake Trussler, 119. And Abby Bill, 5. And then 144, Richard Pound. So with 2 laps gone, Conrad Bill, having taken the lead at the beginning, is starting to inch away from second spot. Cy Francis in number 28. And third spot just crossing the line, 119 Jake Trussler, then 5 Abby Bill, then 144 Richard Pound. So midpoint in the race now. 4 laps gone. So number 1, Conrad Bill, just passing his daughter there, Abby Bill. She lets him through. And Cy Francis just moving past 144 Richard Pound. Oh, is it Richard or is it Harry? Might be the son Harry. They're actually looking at it. And he puts Harry a lap down. I just spotted Richard. Yes, it is Harry out there. So 2 laps to go now, 2 laps. So Conrad Bill goes through with a comfortable lead now. The last lap board is now out, so 1 lap to go. So Conrad Bill takes the final checkered flag of the season, number 1 in the Formula 1. Cy Francis, 28, again in the Formula 1, takes 2nd. And 3rd, but a lap down, is 119, Jake Trussler. Then 4th spot goes to number 5, Abby Bill. And 5th spot goes to 144, Harry Pound. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is our final race of the weekend and of the year. Well, just a bit of controlled driving, well, sort of, round the marker board there by the 2 F1s. Just showing off a bit there before they return back to the paddock. Right, we will be holding now the prize giving for the European Championships. So European prize giving will be held very shortly. So members of the public, you're more than welcome to come up and join us. If you're not, then thank you very much for coming along. I hope you've enjoyed the weekend's racing here. Don't forget, you can find out more information or keep an eye on the calendar for next year at www.hovercraft.org.uk. So this is me, Barry Oakley. I am signing off for now. As regards the public side of things, I will stay on air. For those watching online, I will be staying on air for the prize giving. We hope. So just a reminder for those watching online, if you're still with us, we are staying online for the European prize giving, which is taking place very shortly. We are doing the Europeans now, and we'll be doing the UK Championships a little bit later on once we get the course taken down. Testing 1, 2. Right, we're going to start the prize giving very shortly. I've got somebody coming up to help me, but if all the European drivers especially can start coming over to where the race control vehicle is. So all drivers, can you start making your way over to the race control? So can I have all drivers, especially the European drivers, over for the prize giving, please? Achtung, Fahrer! Yes. Okay, we're trying to get the European drivers here. Obviously, it's they're the important ones at the moment. So, kids, who had a good time last night? And maybe the adults as well, I suspect. Apologies from the branch if those that were trying to get to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning didn't quite manage it. But she's here.
Right, so that's to be the first list.
Right, Team France, are you here? Anne-Christine, yes. Hello. Germany. Do we have Mario Cole? Where's Mario gone? So I've got to wait for Mario. Sweden. Have we got Swedes here? Magnus? Oh, I'll see a flag. Thank you. Yes. Some words of wisdom from Jamie here.
Thank you for supporting the European round. We only had one round this season. We need to get more European rounds. Big effort from the French and the Swedes to come here. Thank you for supporting it. Hope you've had a great weekend. I'm not going to say anymore.
Does anybody know where the Mario Cole is? He's gone right down to the bottom. Let's just see where he is in the thing. I think we're going to start off before he gets back, and hopefully he'll get back. So we're going to start off with the Colts, because these are all UK anyway. So the Colts, we're doing the top three. Alison's going to give you the prize. So she's the one that needs to have the handshake, kiss, whatever. So in third place, Team Elston. Yay! Well done, Lily. Not quite the weekend she planned, but at least you got on the podium. Second spot, Harley Allman. Well, there's a bit of a surprise. In first place, Theo Spedding. Our top three Colts. Right, come on, Colts. Don't milk it too much. Juniors. Juniors next. Third spot, Elliot Folland. Second spot, Oscar Lewindon. And in first spot, with a clean sweep, Ollie Brand. I think there might be discussions over the winter as to what craft he's going to be racing next year. Our top three in the juniors. Right, moving on to the novices now. Third spot, David Watcham. Second spot, Bruce Irvine. And in first spot, Charlie Bristow. Right, our top three novices. So moving on to Formula S now. I wish they'd be quieter over there. Formula S, third place, Team Pound. Always going to be Harry. Second spot, Maciek Uchman, Magic. And in first spot, Dan Turnbull. Right, our top 3 in Formula S. Whose alarm going off? Oh, stopped. Right, moving on to Formula 50 now. 3rd spot, Team Airbags. Second spot, Team Elston, Dave Elston. And in first spot, is this where I need to give a plug that this craft, a winning craft, is for sale? Josh Morales. Our top 3 in Formula 50. Right, moving on to Formula 2. 3rd spot, Phil Tattersall. Second spot, George Barnes. And in first spot, he made it all the worthwhile, Magnus Ivanov. He quite clearly travelled light. Look at the size of his flag. It's normally a huge thing. So our top 3 in Formula 2. Moving on to Formula 1, some great racing in Formula 1. Not they weren't in the other formulas, but some very close stuff and some hairy moments right in front of me. So in 3rd spot, Cy Francis, Predator Racing. Second spot goes to Team Bill. Which one is it? Oh, they're doing it as a team effort. And moving on to the final position, another Swede, Marcus Westerberg. Our top 3 in Formula 1. Right, I think it just remains for me to say that thank you so much for the European drivers, the French, Germans, the Swedes for coming over for this round of the championship and keeping the European series alive. As somebody said earlier, you know, we need to get some more European racing over in Europe. But thank you very much for coming over. Obviously, we've got the UK prize giving to go still. That'll be down in the camping area by the marquee. But for the European drivers, have a safe journey back, and we hope to see you again next year. Right, for the UK members. No time to sit around. We've got to get everything packed away before we can do our prize giving. So if the course is not down, some help with the speakers and the cables would be appreciated. Right, for those watching online, we are going to be doing the UK round trophies down in by the campsite, so that won't be going out live. So it's time for me to say goodbye. Where's the camera? Time for me to say goodbye, and hope to see you all again next year. And yeah, probably see you at the AGM anyway. But thank you for watching online. Hope you've appreciated it. This is me, Barry, saying goodbye. Goodbye.